I remember, I remember. No matter what I do, I'm stuck on you. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu, yeah. No matter what I do, I'm stuck on you. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu. I got deja. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu, yeah. No matter what I do, I'm stuck on you. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu. I got deja. Stay high, can't lie. I just gotta keep you up in my mind. I just gotta stay on my grind. You get the whole day, I just need the nighttime. I don't wanna fight. It seems like we do this shit and rewind. Seems like you only need some me time, baby. I wish I could freeze time. No matter what I do, I'm stuck on you. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu, yeah. No matter what I do, I'm stuck on you. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu. I got deja vu. I know my mind ain't playing tricks on me. Right now everything is moving slow. Yeah, this shit is real. I know it ain't no phony. Yeah, I could've sworn I done seen this before. No matter what I do, I'm stuck on you. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu, yeah. No matter what I do, I'm stuck on you. I got deja vu.
My name is Vinci. We're back with another video. I am finally live. After much issues, tons of problem solving, we're gonna try to finish this painting today. I've been sick of waiting, sick of troubleshooting, so I kind of want to get right into this. So, got some titanium white, Indian yellow, cobalt teal, French ultramarine, burnt umber, and lamp black. I've also pre-mixed my value scale. So we're ready to go. We gotta get moving. I'm excited to finish this painting. It's been unfinished for far too long, so I don't have anything else in my way. And I'm excited. I got my painting lightly sanded. Could have been sanded a little more, but it's okay. I didn't want to overdo it. So I think to begin, I'm going to move through the background. I'm going to get all the details freshened up. The floral pattern, I'm gonna make it nice and prominent because I got all the blue, the deep blue that I want. We got that cemented in. We got everything cemented onto the canvas. That's the most challenging part, is getting your design set, getting your drawing set. Then you can start making actual adjustments to different values or moving things around, just creating a lot of shape, blending a lot of tones, smoothing everything out, making sure all the details are in there. Now is the time to focus on the details, so this is the perfect time to do it because this is all dry paint. And starting off on this painting, I just penciled everything in. And if I were to go deep into the painting process and really start to play with the value and the shape and go through the finishing elements of painting, I run the risk of losing that original sketch that I did on canvas. But if everything's cemented in, that's not an issue, and you can erase things as at will, and you can change whatever you want very easily. So this is the place to be to start working on details. And this is the home stretch. This is the final leg of this painting. So we're gonna get a small thin brush like before. Started big thick paint brushes, and as the process goes through, we can slowly get smaller and smaller, working on finer and finer details until the process is complete. Right now I'm mixing the light blue tone color for the floral pattern in the background. And I'm looking for a baby blue color that's nice and soft. That will blend right into this deep dark blue. And I'm not going to go over all of the pattern. So I'm gonna use the deep blue on canvas, and I'm gonna lay this light in the light areas, and then I'm gonna leave the dark blue for the shadows inside these shapes, and I'm gonna try to keep it pretty ornate. And I think the place I'm looking to start is this top right corner. I know I've been starting at the bottom, but I feel like I want to start up here. Oh wow, this camera is flipped. I gotta flip it back. Flip horizontally. Yes. We're working on this corner. Now you guys see it correctly. Okay. Beautiful. Let's get moving. We got our colors mixed. Nothing is standing in my way. All that's left to do is to just go through the motions. Rinse and repeat everything that we have done up until this point, until completion. We've been keeping it pretty simple, pretty broad, pretty basic up until this point. Not worrying about details, not worrying about finishing the painting, just laying everything in. That's been the goal up until now. But now it shifts. Now we move towards finishing. And you can extend this process pretty far. You can go until you reach photorealism or hyperrealism. But I like the painterly feel, so we're not getting too crazy. We're going into details, but it's still based in reality a little bit. Not reality. What's the word for it? We're refining. But we're not going to refine too much, because there is too much of a good thing. Or you can have too much of a good thing. That's what I meant to say. I'm just continuing to move through the line work, finding areas of focus where these lines flow through and they create a lot of form inside these floral designs that I am painting. Oh wow, I didn't even realize. Didn't even realize that was covering up everything on screen. Now we're good. The majority of the legwork has been completed up until this point, so this is where the fun begins. This is where the artwork you create really starts to become something. It becomes a finished product, which is always the goal, always the thing you're striving for in this long painting process. You're always trying to bring something to completion, and things can sit unfinished or incomplete for what feels like a very long time. There are people who spend years on individual paintings, months or even weeks as well. And it's all worth it because of the final product, the outcome that takes so much patience to achieve. Usually you can create a process to bring about the desired outcome in one pass. If you know what you're doing, you can find that answer to 100-hour long painting in 25 hours, let's say. If you really know your technique and you're really following it to a T. But even then, there's no way to cheat your way to that specific desired outcome that you maybe have envisioned, other than spending the necessary time that may or may not be 100 or 200 hours. That's just how it goes. Anything that's worth doing is worth doing well. And if it's not worth doing well, it's probably not worth doing. This artistic process that myself and many other artists go through, it requires so much just drawing and articulating, and then taking a step back, sanding your canvas or painting over it, and then redrawing and repainting and rediscovering your work of art. Because the first time you do something, it's not very good, but through this process you can really discover beautiful art through sheer force and willpower. And the majority of the time when you're painting, it looks like garbage. It looks like hot garbage. And it's your responsibility. It is solely the artist's job to see that original vision through to the very end, to see past the hot garbage and really turn it into that immaculate envisioned picture. Because nobody's going to do it for me. Unless you're like a Jeff Koons and you have 100 unpaid interns creating all of your art. That sounds cool. But even now, I'm not going too crazy with the amount of detail I put in because I can still see me glazing over this background one or many more times. Whatever the process requires is what it'll take. But just as I went through this first pass, through this ornate, detailed background, I kept it pretty bland, I kept it pretty messy, and not detail oriented, as I said. And it did not look terrible. It was not too awful. And it was just a quick, rough outline. It wasn't something I spent a terrible amount of time on. And it still looked good, so you can judge individual pieces based on how they come out. And you got like maybe 1 in 10 to turn out good on your first try. Maybe even less. You got like 1 out of 100 that'll be the chosen one. The perfect painting that you spent no effort on. That just came to be. But that's a rare occurrence. That's a lucky draw when that happens. Okay, I had to detach my painting from the easel just to hit some of these details. We're gonna dual wield. We're gonna mix into this French ultramarine And we're gonna start straightening up some of my lines as I go. I'm looking to make some of these what's the word for it? I want to call them veins. They're not veins. They're stems. Whoa. Painting's falling over. Okay. Yeah, that sounds right. Stems. The stems of the painting. That still sounds wrong. If you can create an uninterrupted, crisp, clean, sexy line, that's gonna make some awesome artwork. It takes a very long time to learn how to do that. Sounds easy. It sounds like, oh, I could do that in my sleep, but I've been doing this a long time and I still can't make a straight line sometimes. Am I painting off camera again? Vines. They're called vines. How did I slip that? Okay, let's get some music up. Less talking, more art. I'm still painting off camera. Okay, hold on, let me readjust. There we go. Oh yeah, one of the things I wanted to mention. So because I worked with medium up until this point in the painting process, mixing in a percentage of medium with essentially all of the paint I've laid on canvas, I'm beginning to work with no medium, and I'm thickening my paint as I go. Okay, now I'm gonna secure my painting back up. It's getting a little annoying moving around so much. There we go. I think because I sanded this oil paint so far, adding a glaze over top of it is gonna increase the quality of the paint that's laid on top. Because I'll be honest, prepping this canvas, it was not exactly prepped to completion as much as it should have been. But that can be negated in the process just by adding many different layers of paint and then in between them sanding them out until you have a smooth surface at the end. Which again, this can be done to infinity. This can be done till your eyes bleed, sanding until your fingertips are raw. But we'll see. We'll see where the painting is at. The painting will tell you when it's finished. You'll just know. Or you just abandon it and you just leave it unfinished. That happens too. This painting almost got abandoned at the last stage because I could not get the stream live. I spent days with some kind of connection problem, or I don't even know what it was really, but I was almost... The only thing that stopped me from abandoning this painting was the fact that I sanded it so that it needed to be painted again. But if I didn't sand it, this would have been, this probably would have been a done deal after the last live stream. But it just needs something extra. It needs more refined elements, more details, more intricacies. All the small stuff is really what makes a difference. They may seem tiny and tedious as you're painting them, but once you get to the end goal, that's when you know. Another thing I forgot to mention. So in between the process of layering and then sanding, I'm also cleaning my painting with linseed oil just so all the dust, all the extra fine pigment gets cleaned off the surface, and then the surface of the painting gets oiled with linseed oil. It's called oiling out. It helps you see the true value of the pigments that are on canvas after they've dried. Once your paint dries, it can almost fade until you varnish it or add some kind of finishing glaze to it. T-Pain is barking at me too much again. a lot of the different elements I've painted over the years, or that have just found their way into the subject matter that I've painted. A lot of different elements can just be broken down into very simple or even abstract geometry, making the whole painting process so much simpler and easier to work with when you're not overthinking, does this look right, or is this off or weird? It's often better the weirder it looks. I'm probably gonna dedicate some time just to creating the weirdest possible things I can think of, just for the creative artistic journey and the fun of it. It seems people gravitate towards the weird stuff too, so that's an added benefit. This could be your company beverage right here, if you decided to sponsor me. Could be your drink and I'm drinking. Could be your drink I'm drinking. Because the drink I'm drinking does not deserve a shout out. Because they don't pay me. And they probably should be paying me. Somebody tell G Fuel to sponsor me. Or, you know what, I would accept Liquid Death. I would actually probably prefer Liquid Death. That would be top tier. We're gonna get some sponsors. We're gonna get an increased budget. And I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be painting gigantic wall-size murals. And you know what? I'm gonna live stream them while I do it. Not murals, oil paintings. Like gigantic 25 by 50 foot oil paintings. It's gonna happen. You may not believe me, but it's gonna happen. But step one, I gotta get past this dragon first. I gotta finish this painting before I even think about doing something else. is an important part of the painting process, but at the same time, this is also a very boring part of the painting process. Maybe to watch, or maybe even just to talk about, just because it's so simple and straightforward, just to be moving through your design like this. So I'm trying to get through it. I know you guys want to move on to the face, but you gotta do the details first. The devil is in these details. It's where the magic happens. I need to get like a chat donation where you can say something or you can donate and it puts a little message up on the screen. Because I feel like I need to hear what you guys need to say. And I also would appreciate the donations. I feel like that's a crucial part of any live stream. I would love to hear what you guys think. Your thoughts, your ideas, your opinions, all of that in the comments. I know I'm not looking at chat, but I'll read all of this stuff after. And all of it helps me improve in the future, so let your opinions be known. Plus, it helps boost me on the algorithm. It helps more people see this, and that helps me more than you possibly know. More people see this, the more budget I can invest into camera gear. All of a sudden, this stream is 4K, not 1080p, or it's not 720p. And the painting I'm working on will be 25 feet tall instead of 2 feet tall. The more you help me, the more I can help you see some amazing art. And I feel like it's gonna happen anyway, even if you don't do anything. You could leave this video blank and I'll still probably reach that goal no matter what. Some of this is a little hard to see. I gotta get closer. We're about 75% of the way through this ornate background. Sheesh. We're an hour 30 in. I thought I was gonna get through this quicker. There's still so much to do. We'll probably be here for a while. Most of the night, probably. onto the final little stretch of this detail, and then I think I'll make one pass just to clean up any imperfections, add some more ultramarine. This is coming out a little cleaner than I expected. Maybe it won't need another glaze over top. I kind of like doing the glazes anyway. I might just add some more depth. Maybe do another round of shading. I don't know. Did I say shading? I meant sanding. I feel like when I'm trying to do two things at once, i.e. talking and painting, or just anything talking and making, I feel like my IQ decreases at least 75%. So keep that in mind if I ever say anything idiotic or contradictory. I have a tendency of doing both of those things.
just trying to learn how to die in my sleep. 'Cause I don't wanna be the one to wake up without a heartbeat. Trust me, you're gonna love.
I can't do it. That's a skip. It's a good stopping place. Okay, now there's just little imperfections, small little details I want to clean up just from the sanding process. But other than that, this should be a pretty quick and easy step. And then after that, I'm gonna move on and I'm gonna focus on the face, the sculpture. And the majority of the time is gonna be spent there. And I'm gonna go over the whole thing. Probably like I should with this French ultramarine, but I feel like that's something I can do off camera maybe. Or maybe I'll just glaze over it. I'll just glaze over the whole background. I think that's the game plan. Instead of working through the whole design over again. Okay, before I get too crazy into this, I'm gonna move on to the next step because I really could just spend another 2 hours going through all the dark blue in this. But I really don't want to do that, and I don't want to bore you with that either. So we're moving on. And I might as well use these same brushes too. Maybe add a couple in the process. At least one. It's a lot of surface area on this face. And I want to make sure it's nice and smooth and not choppy like the marks that these brushes will create. So we're going to add a medium paintbrush and get moving. right? I gotta get my reference pulled up. You gotta be able to see what you're painting before you can paint it. That should give you guys a good glimpse at my palette, or the paint that I've mixed. If you guys are watching this right now, I just want to say I appreciate you. I appreciate you for giving me your time, your attention. I'm grateful. And if you feel called to do so, head on over to my website. The link is in the description. Go get a custom painting. You can shop available paintings. I have an NFT archive. I also have other galleries, more about me. I got merch, and my reference just popped up right on time. Perfect. So I'm gonna pick a spot to start, and I'm gonna use my reference, and I'm gonna just cross-reference different values. So the reference on the screen is a little darker than the reference I'm actually using to paint, so just keep that in mind. But I'm really working to smooth things out, correct incorrect details. I want to go through all this hair. I really want to refine everything. The gradients, the paint quality. There's a lot to improve. And there's a lot of mistakes that were made up until this point, but it's not a big deal. They're easily correctable. And once they are fixed, this painting should be close to completion, which is cool. It's what we're striving for. I like completion. So down at the bottom of the painting, I'm gonna start toward the middle of my value scale, because cross-referencing, I can see I painted it a little too dark. It looks close to the reference on screen though. It looks pretty close to the reference on screen, but it's too dark. These things can be refined. The harsh, dark core shadow that is just pure black on canvas, that should be used pretty selectively. You don't want to use that everywhere in your painting. There's very specific areas that you should use that for, and you shouldn't use it for. Like specific things like the eyes, the nose, the mouth, like the line inside the mouth, or like the little nose holes. Wow, that one nostril is off by so much. I don't know how I painted it that far off. Or the eyes. These are great places to use the darkest black you have, because those are where your attention should be drawn to the face, to these features. And if you place it everywhere, if you place the highlight, the brightest white color you have everywhere on canvas, it's gonna reduce the effect of it. So you have black and you have white. These are the extremes of the spectrum. And if you use those very selectively and in very specific places, You can make them pop. You can optimize the shape and really what's the word I'm looking for? The punch of your image. It'll make your image striking. It'll create some desirable, beautiful effects if you use them sparingly and you stay inside values 2 through 8. If you stay in that value range for most of your painting and then you very selectively use the extremes that are black and white, you'll create some amazing art. For example, I know this artist, God, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he has a very cartoony style, and if you know cartoons, you know that they'll have a black outline around the characters. But he's created some recent paintings where it's still the same cartoony style, but he used no black. He just used pure color. And it was amazing. It's super aesthetically pleasing. It's soft on the eyes. It's not harsh. Like, as you can see, this chin, the lips, these different areas down here, all this is it's harsh to look at. It's not pleasing. I just painted them like that to get it cemented on canvas, get the values on canvas, get it close enough to reality. So I can continue on and refine in this stage. That's what I'm looking for. I'm just looking to refine everything that I've done up until this point and really get it closer to what it actually is in my reference photo. Because it just has to be close. Like, you just have to get your canvas covered, get your design cemented, and go from there. You don't need to perfect it. You don't need to spend 15 hours sitting at your canvas perfecting each and every detail. Like, you can do a couple 1 hour, 2 hour sessions on a painting and get it very close to where it needs to be. The next time you come back, you make it better. And you just refine and you refine and you refine until you're Michelangelo and you're painting the Sistine Chapel. It's really that simple. It's easy to make it complex. It's easy to add steps to the process and make everything more complicated. Make your life much harder. But the actual steps that are needed for you to be successful are very simple. You just have to show up and do them consistently over a long period of time. And not everyone has that consistency. But if you have it, you win. You win everything. No contest. Because you're not even competing against anybody. The only person you're competing against is yourself. Sure, there may be other people around, or you may be seeing other people, but you're not actually competing against them. is a good start. Down towards the bottom. Now we're gonna do the same akimbo painting technique that I did in the first step. So, got a dark brush, we got a medium brush, and we're gonna have a light brush. And we're gonna keep bouncing back and forth in between these different brushes. And I'm gonna stay away from the darkest dark. We don't need that contrast. Yet, anyway. We might need it, but right now we don't. Even this is a little dark for where I want this value to be at. So we're gonna move up. We're gonna go to the next value. Because like I said, this step is very different. We're looking for completion. We're not just trying to get the canvas covered this time. So we're gonna spend a little bit more time in each area, and we're gonna refine each element until we get it to a point where it's either close to completion or completed, where I don't have to touch it again. Cross-referencing my photo, I can see there's nothing else. There's nothing else down here that's darker than the color that I have on my brush. So there's nothing else I can do other than move to my neutral brush. Actually, this one is going to be my light brush. And it's in the middle of the spectrum, so this is like a 5, a 6 in the value scale. So it's right in the middle. I'm not even touching anything on the light side. So yet anyway, we're moving through. And then this one is gonna be a 5. So we got dark, we got medium, and then we got a light. And that gives us a good scale to work with, to create some shape, to create some depth. And to really start bringing this piece, or this small section I'm working on, close to completion. We can blend them with the values that we've already laid on canvas. We can make sure there's no edges between the different values, so that it's smooth, it's cohesive, it's one physical object on the canvas. And I'm working to create a gradient. Because as you may or may not know, when you see a sunset or when you see the sky, there's this perfect gradient that is so aesthetically pleasing that everyone's painting sunsets. And that same kind of gradient, that blend in between values, is the effect we're looking to create. see, just with a few simple, basic, easy steps, we've made some noticeable change in this section we're working on. And I'm gonna add another brush. And this brush is exclusively gonna be used just to blend some of these together. So I'm not loading any paint onto this brush, just blending. And at this point, I may or may not work towards creating some texture, as my reference photo is stone. It's a sculpture, so I can create that stone texture, or I can smooth it out to my liking. But it is done to a very high level, so it's quite smooth as it is. So there's not a lot of texture to worry about right now. It's an artist who goes by Andrew Tischler. Really amazing, spectacular, lifelong, well-read artist. He calls this stage modeling. We start creating that form. You build it out. You send areas back, creating shape, making it three-dimensional. We're working with oil paint, so this isn't gonna dry soon. We got time to blend this all out. We got time to make sure we're happy with the paint we're putting on canvas. Helps to keep these brushes organized too, so you can understand where you're at. It's easy to grab the wrong one, put the wrong value in the wrong spot. We're gonna head back to this darker value. We'll call it We'll call it a 7 on the scale. And we're gonna keep adding shadows. Refining and building. Drawing and redrawing. That is the process. There's definitely a time to move quickly and a time to slow down. Time to refine, evolve. And the good part is we're not working with color, besides the background. So we don't have to worry about blending some things together that shouldn't be blended together. We don't even have to worry about mixing color. Just keeping it basic, keeping it simple. We can just simply focus on creating the shape and form we set out to create. Blending them together, making sure the shape is in its desired position. When you add color, it's another element to focus on, to work with, and it can throw you off in this process of developing shape, developing contrast and tone. Especially if you're not well read in the value scale, it's easy to get lost in the color. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with color. It's good to have a lot of color. But when you work in a limited palette, when you focus on developing your values, you can really make something come to life. 2 hours in, baby. We're cooking. Now it's unmuted. We're live. I don't know what you expect. Okay, so we got 4 brushes in rotation. We're gonna add another. And we're gonna make it pretty light. This one is gonna be on the lighter end of the scale. It's gonna be like a 9 and 8 on the lightness scale. So pretty close to white, but still pretty far from white. That whole end of the spectrum looks just titanium white. Let me see if I can get actual titanium white next to those. See if you guys can see a difference, because even this lightest white that I mixed is not titanium white. Wait, let's go to my palette. Okay, we got titanium white on my palette knife. Let's see, can you focus on that? You really can't see a difference on camera, but there is a difference. And we're gonna begin to add this in different places, but I'm not going all out with it. It's gotta be in selective areas, used wisely, if you will. And I've purposely stayed away from this side of the value scale for a very particular reason. And that being, you want to build up your shadows first. You want to really hone in on where the shadows are placed, the gradient between light to dark, and then you can go back and you can place your highlights, and they're really gonna pop because you took the time to create all that shape with your shadows. And I'm pleased with how shiny it makes this particular area look. Because like I said in a previous video, it is stone, but you know, I would like this to be maybe more of a metal sculpture with highlights and shine. Can't even see them. There's two gremlins fighting in the background. It's chaos. It's like owning two pet monkeys. They're just jumping off the walls, bouncing around. Of course, they stop when I put the camera on them. Okay, we gotta keep moving. Nice. So I could go all out. I could hit this whole piece with white, but I'm looking to do what I did with this bottom section throughout the whole piece. And this is just going to give me full control over my paint. The lines I have, the different details I want to perfect. Whereas if I were to get lazy, I could theoretically just go over this with the white and it might look good. Might get pretty close to where it should be. But it won't be all the way. tricky part about creating art. This stuff really does last forever. It's not like a tattoo. You'll die with the tattoos you have. They won't last that long. Like, they're permanent, but only permanent within your lifetime. But a painting really can last hundreds, and if preserved, maybe even thousands of years. So if you don't take the time to perfect them, probably gonna end up in the trash. They're probably gonna be sold for $25 at a flea market. It's worth it to put the time in. The development is worth it. It will outlive you, most likely. Unless it's destroyed in a fire or a freak accident. So if you don't do this, or if you don't take the time to perfect it, it will live on to haunt you like a ghost. And there's nothing worse than a painting that you should have done more work on, but you left it unfinished. And then you can just negate all of that worry, the ghost of all of your paintings. You can just negate it by working on it more. Going the extra mile. Working through the details. And then instead of a ghost that haunts you, your paintings just bless you. That was the wrong value. I'm getting too far ahead of myself. I need to stay down here. chin. I don't know if you noticed before, but it's pretty janky. It wasn't exactly perfect. That is one area that needed improvement. Chin as well. Okay, let's blend some of this out. Keep the marks we're laying down nice and smooth. The only thing I really care about is the edge quality, the shape, the form. It helps seeing it on camera too. For some reason, it just gives you a new perspective. It's been good for me to make these live streams because I can look at it through the camera and then I can look at the painting and I can see different things through both viewpoints. And I can see flaws that I wouldn't have necessarily seen if I was just looking at the painting. I'm feeling pretty happy with this bottom little section that I've been working on so far. Things are moving in the right direction. Shape is looking pretty good. Now it's time to keep this train moving. Keep things headed in the right direction. Always gotta remember how easy it is to overwork something. So, I can either move up through the hair, or I can begin to start working out different elements of this face. And there was definitely some things I could see just right off the bat, looking at photos of the painting, looking at this painting for days on end as I was trying to live stream and create this exact video for the past few days. I could see so many different flaws throughout this painting that I wanted to work through. And one of the most major ones, besides this fucking nostril that was just terribly placed, was the chin and the shape of the chin. It was just completely off. Throw the whole painting off, and I didn't like it. So I want to change it. And we're gonna zero in. We're gonna focus on some of these different elements that need attention. The shadow under the chin is just way off in value. Even the marks that I'm laying down right now are still a little off. That's okay. Okay. Right. Sometimes it can be trial and error to figure out what needs to be placed where. When you're deciding where to put certain values, or what an imperfection is on your painting, helps to just place something on canvas. Get as close as you can and just see. Does it work? Does it not work? Is it too light? Is it too dark? Is it in the wrong place? Is it in the right place? I like to keep questions like that top of mind, and I keep the critiquing process completely to myself. I don't allow anybody else in. Unless it's like a trusted source. Like I don't care about art critiques. Like, you can go do that at your art school. I just don't care about it. It's so much more valuable if you learn how to do it yourself without any outside help. If you listen to what everyone's telling you, most people will tell you just their own perspective, which may or may not be helpful. Most of the time, it's not helpful. Especially if you know yourself and you know your art, and you're sitting in an art critique in a fucking art school that you're paying too much for. The people in your class, aren't always a reliable source. They're not always out there to help you. Sometimes they're out there to cause havoc in your art and life because maybe they're jealous of you. Maybe they're jealous of your skills. Maybe they wish they created more like you and they just can't, no matter how hard they try. And they try to sabotage you by telling you, hey, change everything about your painting. Like, I don't know. I don't like it. I never got into those critiques. Just feels like you're spinning your tires in a useless, I don't know. It's no fun. Okay, I'm gonna step back from this painting and I'm gonna look at it from far away because I want to see where I'm at. And new perspectives are helpful. That's why it looks identical. Okay. Okay. So I'm still seeing some weirdness in the chin, which means we have to keep going. I'm trying to reorganize my brushes. There we go. Now there's a little triangle right here in the chin. And it kind of comes to a point, but not really. It just ends at the bottom of the chin, where these two structures meet each other. And the shadow down here is non-existent. It's kind of there. It's kind of not there. I don't know. I think the weirdness is coming from this shape right here. This gets carried down onto the chin. And then we're gonna blend it out. Both of these lighter tones come down around the bottom of the chin and they very ever so slightly connect down there. We're maybe gonna over exaggerate it a little. Blend some of this out, just a touch. Let's see. Okay, it's not perfect. That's okay. We're gonna carry this shadow up around the bottom of the chin, just making sure there's no hard edges in these values. We're just gonna smooth them out. We're gonna carry it up around to the side of the lips where there's almost a dimple, a slight shadow, ever so slightly. This will get blended out more as we add different values around this. We're going to continue to blend some of this out, removing the edges from the paint that I've laid down. And we're just going to continue looking at our reference, trying to create some shape. Again, not really perfect. That's okay. There's still plenty of work to do. closer to where I want it to be. I think I'm gonna keep working on laying in values before I start blending. Very specific spots in this portrait where the brightest highlights really stand out. So we're going to focus in on some of these different areas, like above the lips, and then down here towards the corner of the mouth. On each side there's small little highlights. And then these highlights extend down into the chin. Not so bright as the rest of the highlights, but they connect. Connect so these shadows don't get too dark down here. Fuck. We're gonna blend them in because the shadow comes out too far. And the shadow right under the lip is something that helps form the chin. And we don't really want it to be off all too much. I'm looking to get it pretty close. Here around the edges of this shadow where my paintbrush is currently touching, it just extends too far. Just goes a little bit too far out into a place where a highlight or a more neutral tone should be. And they kind of connect. We got plenty of time. plenty of time to work through these different elements, blend them out, get them right where they're supposed to be. Okay, because this chin is it's close to where it needs to be. The lips are also close. I'm just gonna lay in some of the lightest points we have up here. And that's gonna give us a good reference point to the rest of the portrait and how I'm going to connect it all. And the cheekbones are the most prominent figure in this portrait, besides maybe the nose. So we're going to start there. This side kind of wraps around, actually both sides, they wrap around the edge of the face. You got to think about it like a skull, so these this orbital bone right here, it wraps around and then it shoots up and then over the top of the head, and then it wraps around the back, so it creates this arc. Different flows of anatomy throughout the skull will create some nice effects in art if you use them properly and think about the correct shape of a face or the structure of it while you're painting. You won't end up creating something absurd and weird. You just get the anatomy right. Like, you can definitely spot someone who hasn't studied their anatomy from 10 miles away. You can really see them. They stand out like a sore thumb. And just like that, we have the basic highlights laid in, on the face at least, not anywhere else. So we're gonna go to the next value down from the highlights that we were just using, and we're gonna connect these highlights to the closest value on the value scale. We're gonna blend them together. Not blend them together, we're gonna lay them side by side the highlights we just laid down, because we know the highlight fades into this next brightest value, and there's a gradient in between the two. Oh no, we lost the camera. Oh no, fuck. I guess we're taking a mandatory break. Yeah, dog. This painting right behind me, this one, wait, this one and this one, all of these are on sale. Go to my website, go buy them. If you're tech savvy enough, you can find a coupon for like a really high percentage off, and you can get all of these for way fucking less than they're worth. So go check them out. I gotta go try to get this camera on. Take a quick break. We're 3 hours in. Why does this always happen at like perfect time marks? This painting is empty. Canvas, I mean. Got like 6 canvases over there, all of them empty. We're gonna be making new art. We got plenty of stuff in store for the future, so stick around. Subscribe, like the video, share it with your friends. We be making art. You don't want to miss it. This is the place to be. Okay, I'll be back. This fucking sucks. Okay. We're back. For how long? I don't know. We'll see. I don't think they're gonna turn off again, but you know, happened once and twice. It happened a couple times. I need to get like dedicated cameras for this. I'm live streaming from phones right now, so this is like, I got my MacBook camera, I got an iPhone, and I got another iPhone right here. This guy. So this is pretty ghetto setup. This is not professional. I'm not a professional streamer yet. I feel like it's cool. I feel like I like streaming a lot. I feel like it gives me a great way to connect with people who like my art, you guys, and it gives me a voice to talk to you guys, communicate my ideas, communicate my art, my process, which is a really beautiful thing. I enjoy it more than I probably should, and not because I like looking at myself in the camera. I like to look at you guys out there, the viewer. I like to look at your faces. You guys are beautiful. Did you do something new with your hair today? Probably. Okay, we gotta keep going. I want to finish this painting. I'm sick of this painting being unfinished. So we're gonna move, and we're gonna move, try to move quickly at least. I don't, I always say we're gonna move quickly, but hold on. I got some of these images stacked weird. Okay, it's cool. We be coolin'. Coolin' and boolin'. Might as well add another brush while we're at it too. We're gonna get pretty dark with it. We're just gonna go straight into the black. Then I'm gonna fix these nostrils. While we took that short break, I got to look at the chat, and I appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome for being here. Showing love in the chat. It's really amazing to see support. To see you guys out there just enjoying the process, enjoying what I create. Cool, because you guys, the viewers, you guys are what enable me to do this. You guys will pay my salary if I ever get monetized. That's awesome. It's really awesome. So, getting back to where I was, I think I was bouncing from these highlights. We were working from the cheekbone, trying to get some of these different values stacked in here. Creating some smooth gradients, some nice shape. That's the goal we're looking for in here. And go into the reference. You can point out different abstract shapes inside of different. Okay, so like, you group different values into different shapes, because a value on a portrait, we can say, it will create a certain shape, whether it's a geometrical shape or just an abstract, odd looking forming shape. And you could say, hey, that specific area looks like a triangle, or it looks like a oval or an odd shaped hexagon, and you can take different elements and break them down into their simplest form, which is maybe it's just an abstract puzzle piece looking shape, or whatever it may be. You can look to break things down into their simplest form, and that makes painting them much easier, because instead of painting a complex portrait with all these different swirls and a lot going on, you're just painting a little triangle or a little circle or just a little shape. And the process becomes really fun instead of stressful, and you're just like a kid making art instead of a ball of stress trying to figure out how to do it. Because it can very quickly become a stressful process if you don't know what to look for or what you're doing, or if you're just having issues trying to create a certain effect. So we're just bouncing around. We're bouncing around from these highlights. We're smoothing things out, creating some shape, working through forms, creating some three-dimensionality. Is that even a word? That doesn't feel like a real word. And still, these highlights that I put on the canvas, these aren't the brightest. These are far from titanium white. This is a value that is still not the full highlight. I could go over this one more time with a brighter white and a brighter value, but I'm consciously choosing to limit it right now for the reasons I mentioned earlier, and that is I want those bright highlights to pop, and I want to put them in only very specific places. And if I just wait till the very end of the process, that will be the last thing left to do, making it really easy to decide where those are or how to put them in. It becomes really straightforward and easy. still, we're just constantly building, constantly layering, blending, working through the image. Finding imperfections and then trying to correct them or choosing to leave them. Because sometimes an imperfection benefits your work of art. There's a quote I read, I don't know who said it, but it was like, art is choosing which imperfections to leave in your work. And once you start to learn which ones to keep, which ones to edit out, that's when the true art begins. And then all of a sudden, all of these metaphors you use for not you, but that are used for art or creating art are universal in that they apply to everything that you do. So if you apply some of these same concepts to your life, your work, whatever it is, it's always just as useful. Heidi was in the chat saying there's still more to do. Yes, there's plenty to do. There's always more to do. Even when you maybe think that there's not anything else to do, there's nothing in the world you could improve upon. You could step away for a day, a week, a month, and you could come back and improve it still. You could see something that needs to be changed or fixed or repositioned or whatever it is. These kids in art school, they go to class and they paint all day. A good art school, not one of the shitty like contemporary art schools in America. Like a good art school, like you go to like Florence or I don't know, anywhere that's like Grand Central Atelier, and I think that's in New York. You go to a good art school, these kids paint all day long in class, and then they go back to their dorm, they go back home, and then they keep painting, they keep creating, and they keep improving, and they're always just working and improving and working through imperfections, and they get to a quality, a scale that's just unbelievable. Even for me, as an experienced artist, it's quite jaw-dropping what some of these people accomplish. But I do also want to say, this is a 720p stream. You guys aren't exactly seeing what I see. God, why does this keep moving? Center. It just goes back to where it was. It's okay. What was I saying? I was saying something. Maybe I wasn't. So now I'm at a 9 in the value scale. We can put it where the previous highlight was placed, and it kind of blends in. Okay, that's the same one. Never mind. We're gonna go to a 10 and rediscover some of these highlights with the brightest. I know I said I wasn't gonna use this, but we're just gonna get them replaced because these will get blended out, and they'll be blended, and then they'll recede a little further back in the value scale, so they won't appear this bright in the finished product. Because I want them to be smooth, and I'm gonna go over them and I'm gonna blend them out and smooth all this out. Because in a portrait you want, this isn't a portrait, this is more of like a masterwork, but you want skin to be soft. It's like a pillow. You don't want it to be harsh or jagged or rough, unless it is maybe like an old man, or it's kind of a rugged portrait. That can be an effect in there, but for something like this, I'm trying to keep everything smooth and aesthetically pleasing. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my blending brush. I'm gonna smooth some of this out, and then I'm gonna continue to lay in new values, focusing in on different elements. So I spent some time on the chin. Now I'm gonna move up to the lips. I'm gonna spend some time on the lips. After I get that to a place where I want it to be, I'm gonna spend some time on the nose individually, without jumping around like I'm doing right now. And then I'm gonna move up to the eyes, and then I'm gonna detail the rest of the hair. We got time. We got plenty of time. We got all night. 3.5 hours into this stream. And we're cooling. We got plenty of time to work on this painting. The more time you put into a piece, the better. Usually. Not in every case, but usually. But I'm blending out these whites, and this brush I'm using, I'm moving through all different values on the tonal scale. So this white is going to blend out, and it's going to be not white after I blend it, which is good. That's what I'm looking for. A time for that harsh, bright highlight will come, but is not yet. We gotta keep it soft. If on the off chance that I continue to have technical difficulties with this stream, I will finish this off camera. Maybe I'll make a video about the whole process, including all these streams or whatever, showing off the final product, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I think it's gonna work, and that's that. I hope. I fucking hope. Okay, I've mostly finished blending some of these out, so we're gonna laser in the focus, get back to working through some of these details. And I think the first step shadow right under the lips is not perfect. It's not blended like I would like it to be, and it doesn't end where I would like it to be either, so we're gonna put the core shadow right directly under the lip, or we're gonna go right under this little, oh god, I should know the name of this, but I don't. That's bad. What is this little thing called? This has a name. I don't know. It's okay. But we gotta make sure the shadow under the lip is good, because this is what gives these lips weight and shape and depth. It has has depth, it has a lot of shape to it. So like, okay, so if you look at me, your mouth has sort of a barrel shape, and then it tucks in to your chin right here, and then it juts out on your chin, and then back in under your jaw. So we're adding some weight to the chin, to the lips, I mean. If not weight, it's more like depth. I think maybe it's closer. And I think we can drop down this highlight, this neutral tone, this triangular shape, neutral tone that is in the chin right here. It extends a little too far. It doesn't extend that far in the reference. So we're gonna take it back. And we're gonna take it back by adding a slightly lighter, more neutral tone. I'm gonna continue that around the edges, giving this chin a little bit more character. And we're gonna extend it down a little further, even more. And into the shadow that comes up here. The reference photo is not that dark all the way up there either, so we're gonna blend it out. We're regressing, we're sticking to the chin. I was gonna move on to the lips, but we haven't even finished the chin yet. And again, around these edges, there's a slight shadow, but it's not that big, so we're gonna take it back. It's only a small line that gets cut off right about there, and then this value continues down under the chin. And over directly onto the chin too. And the other side is probably just about similar, if not the same. So we're gonna do the same thing to the other side. Right, we're gonna continue this other side of the chin down with this value up onto the face. Okay, I was about to start jumping around again, but we gotta have laser focus. Gotta focus in on one area. We're gonna blend this out a little. Smoothing all of it out, because there's not all this weirdness that comes from laying the paint on the canvas in the reference photo. So we can take it back, blend it out. Brush strokes can be good, but not always. I prefer the smooth look of the paint. That's why I work with oil paints, because you can take the time to smooth everything out. You don't have to have like these ugly paint strokes that are being reflected by light, or I don't know, they can be distracting from your painting. So I like to keep it smooth. See how it looks on camera. It's better than it was. getting distracted. Gotta have the laser focus. Remember, okay, you're gonna get black, just straight black, right? And we're gonna put it right in the crack of the lips. And this kind of needs to be adjusted a little bit, but yeah, it's a little off. We'll fix that by making it thicker, putting the curves where they need to be, and then go back to my value scale that we've built, and we can begin to adjust it from there. Right, so we have black, so we're gonna get slightly lighter tone, and we're gonna move along. Move along this black. Adding some shape, not shape, adding contrast, and this contrast is going to help us add shape. Among few other things, but yes, mainly it's going to help us add shape. This is top lip. It's mostly in shadow. And that's going to play beautifully with the shadow below the lip, above the lip, and then on this top lip as well. So we're going to go to the next value. And we're going to work through some of these shapes. Another brush. We got some missing values. Only have 4 brushes in rotation right now. And it's not enough. And we're just moving along the values that we've already laid in with this slightly lighter value, just bordering these, making sure to keep referencing our photo just to build the shape, build the form. Making everything cohesive, coherent, and aesthetically pleasing. That's a good start on the top lip. We're gonna blend some of them together. Beautiful. There is neutral tone on this side that kind of brings the side of the lip into the light. Make sure we try to replicate that. And that carries through somewhat to the other side of the lip. Beautiful. Some blending on that. Soften up these shapes. Now we're headed up to the nose. Now we begin to shape this nose with the same amount of effort and focus as we did with the chin and the lips. Actually, okay, wait. Before we do that, I'm gonna hop back. I'm gonna hop back down to the lips, and I'm gonna do one last little small little change. Now we go back up to the nose. In this area, right underneath the nose, it's pretty dark. We're going to make sure we keep it that way. Shaping and forming these nostrils. Feeling pretty good with that. Just gonna make sure all of that is smooth, all of it is kosher. Blended nicely. Side of the nose. Start to form the structure of the nostrils as they wrap around to the side. And then continue on up the side of the nose with a sloping, soft manner. Also arch in very slightly as well. Right. Now we're Moving up in the value scale, we're going slightly lighter. And we're gonna move along the highlights with this neutral tone. And we're gonna blend out any imperfections in here. And then we're gonna connect the darker values to the lighter. Where this specific neutral value is gonna neighbor some of the darker values and then also some of the lighter values. So this connects some of the roughness, some of the empty space that is still left to be covered. And it's gonna help us form the nose a little bit, build the shape inside. Without the use of harsh, dark shadows or bright highlights. We're gonna blend some of that together. Then we're gonna go along this highlight on the nose here, neighboring the shadow. We're gonna make sure there's a buffer in between the highlight and the shadow. Because we don't want those two to be touching. You don't want your highlights to mix with your shadows. You want your neutral tones to mix, but you don't want your light and dark to mix with each other. Those are separate. Ideally, anyway. And we've gotten pretty bright with all of the highlights we've laid in, so we're gonna go through, we're gonna go neutral, and we're gonna mix them in. Making sure there's no borders. Now we're going to circle out to the cheekbones, and we're going to extend them ever so slightly out onto the face. Blending them out in the process. Now we have a little bit more form in that cheekbone. This out here on this side is only slightly too dark for my taste. I mean, it's too light. We want to darken it. Blending it out. Still more to do in this face, but we're moving through the details. You just move through all these little details until there's nothing left to do, and all you have left is a finished work of art. That just takes time. We're 4 hours in, baby. We ain't going nowhere. I am much more pleased with the effect the face is creating so far. And I haven't even done the eyes yet. So we're moving in the right direction. We're doing good things. And that's that. Now we're going to be working through the structure of these eye sockets. And everything we do builds on the last thing we've done, so this eye socket connects to the nose. We blend it together. The nose connects to the focal point that is the eyes, so all of these different elements will complement and enhance each other if they're just done correctly Just gotta take the time, put in the effort. And move through your details slowly. We're moving through stuff. We're improving, we're making mistakes, we're fixing our mistakes. We're adding paintbrushes, we're blending things out. And we're continuing on with the process. This is too dark. I don't have a clue. We can just use our finger. That was bad. Okay, I'm resorting to just blending these out. If there's one thing I know for an absolute fact, the more skills you add, the easier everything becomes. Like first you learn how to draw, then you learn how to paint, and now I'm learning how to tattoo, and the drawing builds on the painting, and the painting builds on the drawing. Now that I'm learning how to tattoo, the tattooing is building on the painting and the drawing, and everything connects and becomes easier as I go. Like painting is like a breeze after you try to learn how to tattoo. Painting is like a cool day at the beach if you've been trying to tattoo. It's become super easy. Nothing is difficult. You could do the most intricate painting in the world and it wouldn't be a challenge. Okay, I'm gonna clear a paintbrush. And I'm gonna blend some of this out more. on both sides, this value that I've laid in is too dark. So because all of the paint underneath it is dry, I can essentially just brush it out and try to pick up the paint on my paintbrush. Until I get the desired value. Just blend it out, or I can even take a rag and just erase it. This needs to be better, so we're gonna make it better. Dipped my hand onto the painting. It's always good. You gotta test the waters. You have to see if they're fine. now the next step. I want to hit the bottom eyelid with a highlight. This is a real delicate game because it's real easy to mess this up. Okay, I'm gonna step back, look at it from afar. It's getting there. Looks way better than we did. That's for certain. It'll hit you like that tomorrow, especially after a leg day. Just wait. Just wait. Tomorrow is leg day. Leg day, baby. We be hitting legs on Friday. The lower arms. Very nice, very nice. Usually, you should probably have paint thinner around if you're oil painting. So you can clean your brushes and reset pretty easily. But I always run out of it, or I forget that I have it, and I just end up painting with brushes I have and I don't ever clean them. Okay, worked out the eyes a little bit, worked around the eyes a little bit. I want to focus on the top of the eyes because it's a little janky. It's a little weird for my taste. And I just want to make sure get that area right, because that's right where your eyes go. You go to make eye contact. So it's important that this area is done well. It's intricate, it's soft, it's blended. That's where we're looking to go. And then above the eye, got this little crease. Which is also important because this is what helps form the shape of your eye. As you may or may not know, your eye is a sphere. It's a circle or oval or almond shape. So it also carries those properties when light hits it. That looks nice. That looks real nice. That is all good and well. So some of the paint we have left on the face is a little bit more rigid and a little bit rougher than I would like it to be. So we're gonna try to blend some of this out, and then after that we're gonna move on to the final stage, which is the hair, the top of the head. Okay, that's a pretty good stopping place. Oh wow. I can always go back over anything on the face, but now I want to focus on the last of this painting so we can get through this. So I have to get my brushes straight. I'm going to start with this shadow tone, and we're going to move down to the bottom of the painting. Exciting, I know. Okay, just cleaning up a little roughness. And that's that. So similar to what I did with the background, we're just creating some flowy little shapes. Breaking the hair down into basic simple forms, and then we will refine it as we go, but I'm starting with the shadows, breaking down these strands in individual little shapes. Throughout this painting, I've been pretty careful to put my shadows underneath the bottom parts of different elements of this painting, so the light is coming from the top down or even kind of front on, so shadows are going to be on the bottom half of different shapes. I'm just going to go ahead and go through with shadows on this. And not worry about the other tones yet. Let's get the shadows laid out first, and then I'll come back through and detail everything. But these shadows are very important because they define each of these strands. And after I lay these in, I can easily go back in, blend in the highlights, work in the midtones, and be in a very good place. Because these are not well defined by my first pass. These are pretty janky. All this was laid in quickly. It wasn't done with precision, and it wasn't done to create a shape inside these forms. It was more just covering the canvas. So as I work through these, I can build that detail, I can build that shape, I can build the form, and really focus on refining the hair like I have every other aspect in this painting so far. And you've seen how far the face has come in that small amount of time that I've worked on it. So we're going to go through the same process with the hair, except for maybe a little different, because I'm going to focus on the shadows first. I'm going to get the shadows laid in versus working to complete each area individually. So even if these shadows I'm laying in aren't necessarily correct or even in the right place, it's okay, because I will spend plenty of time going through with neutral and then back over again with highlights, and all that's gonna blend, or I'll make it blend, because these strands will blend together easily, even from a highlight to a dark shadow. So we're cooking, we're doing good. Doing good on time. Already made a good amount of progress on this hair, so I'm happy. Pretty sure I got flagged for this song for copyright before. Made good time on that. There's really little to no core shadows up there at the top, so on the leaves. So that's gonna be mostly neutrals and midtones. Now we got a little thin brush. We're gonna hit the midtones. And we're gonna hit exactly in the middle. We're gonna get a 5 value on this one. And we're gonna go through and do the same thing again. I'm not worried too much about crossing this neutral tone into the highlight because, like I said, I'm gonna just go over this with the highlight, and I'm gonna mix them together. Just filling in the blanks. Nothing crazy. Moving along the shadows. Painting this into the shadows sometimes. But I just care about it being full of flow, full of energy, bringing some of these shapes alive. Wow, we're 5 hours in and the playlist is repeating. I will get more music. I don't know when, but I will get more music. Now I'm just going over some of these leaves. The shadows I put in before were really much more like midtones, so all I really have to do is replace some of those midtones, or some of those shadows with midtones, which will give it a nice soft feel. But I don't want to erase all of them, because some of them give me a nice outline around these shapes. which is cool. And I'm making sure to overlap the very outline of this sculpture because it wasn't, how do I say, it wasn't covered fully by paint on the original first pass, so there's little tiny spots around the edges that aren't fully covered that I just want to make sure are a little bit more cohesive than they were. Little rough patches here and there aren't the end of the world if there's texture in the area that they're in. Like if the subject you're painting has texture, but if you can avoid it, it can be good to avoid. I prefer the fresh, clean, new feel that it's accompanied by blended, fully covered paint. Just feels professional. Nothing makes me cringe more than seeing an artist at a gallery or something and you can see through to the canvas underneath. Like took all this time to get in a gallery, give the gallery 50% of your money, and you don't even have the patience to cover your canvas. It's the little things that matter. Yeah, I love the streaming because for me to produce 8 hours of content any other way would be a complete nightmare on my little MacBook Pro. It would take like weeks to render. It would be a nightmare to edit. But I can just go live. I can create like 24 hours of just great content of just me painting. Here we are, got a nice painting. I got content for the interwebs. Everybody wins. Okay. We do the left half of the hair, and then we're moving through with highlights. Like a breeze. This is really the funnest part of the whole thing is finishing this hair. Especially once you see the highlights, just wait for it. smooth some things out, add some finishing touches, and we're off to the races. Making conscious efforts to keep each stroke full and long. I wanna paint the whole highlight I'm looking to paint in one stroke, so I don't want to have a bunch of strokes broken up into small little sections. I'm just kind of trying to keep my strokes full of the flow. 1 second. Okay. Ow. God, I jammed my knee into my desk. We gotta keep going. Okay, I'm gonna continue on through the hair, and then I'm gonna work my way back up to the leaves. And the leaves will be the last thing I do. Well, maybe not the last, but the last paint I'm laying on the canvas. Beautiful. Let's go back up to the leaves. After I get these leaves in, I'm gonna come back around and just blend everything together to the best of my ability. And we're 5.5 hours in. I might as well do that on the stream since we've come that far. Actually, you know what? We did it. I'm gonna blend the rest of this off camera. I'm gonna end the stream here. I'm like really happy with the final outcome of this painting. Let's get a zooming shot of it. I'm gonna spend some time, I'm gonna blend that out. If you like this painting, head to the link in my description, you can go buy it. My brain stopped working for a second. Make sure you like, subscribe, share this video. And I got nothing else for you. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you for being here this late in the stream. You're really awesome for for watching all the way through.